Okay, we're back up because they are still just and at large. It is that bad. I don't know what to do. You have no idea how in law. They're molesting a child. They're tingle tooting together. The Wake County prosecutor, of course, is just the mouthpiece of the beast because he's responsible. That animal is responsible for every single thing that's happened since 2026. In 2021, those men committed a crime. Then they continued to commit a crime so incredibly hideously bad, and they are still at large. Everyone at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office has to be taken into custody right now, is correct, for the integrity of the American legal system. You have got to take every person at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office who is responsible for my crime and the Cary Police into custody, or Wake County authorities, who is responsible for my crime. Obviously, Carroll County also. That's the law, and you have to do it right now. It has to be done. That's why it's the law. If we arrested everybody at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office and the Cary Police and the Wake County all authorities responsible for all this, and of course the Arkansas, the same, and at a school wherever he's employed. Ugh. Where I look like I spent the night. You know where I spent the night.
Well, I didn't know where it was, but as soon as I saw you were there, then I tingled it together.
And then four of them came over. Okay, over. Why? That is what it said. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office has to be taken into custody. All men who worked on my case, they cannot be released. That's correct. It is the neighbor in McGregor that poisoned his wife with antifreeze. He's got to go in. That's the end of it. Okay. And it says, not anything. It's just a man has to go to prison now. Who's going to say that? Because they say that. These men, all Wake County authorities, they cannot be at large in the community. They allowed these men to be at large in the community with the devices, the device they're on now, which was a hideous tool of crime. As the person who endured and reported appropriately for 10 years.
Well, I wouldn't know what this is. I would think it was crazy. It's very much there, so the person reporting it is reporting a real thing, not a crazy thing. Your crazy thing. You have got to get all those men into custody right now. You have got to get every single person at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office and the Wake County, North Carolina authorities who worked on my case all these years. You have got to get them. They have to be arrested right now into custody. And the same applies for Arkansas. And then it's a crime, but it's like a scandal. Who else ran around with Epstein? I guess so. That's correct also. Depending on how involved in neighborhood pornography also in any way they were. Who you, lady? Yeah. But the Wake, like Fayetteville and Little Rock. Who is supposed to address the fact that this evidence was created? And then onward. Or since day one. They don't want to, I guess, with all that. She says her court system and police are like the lowest the human race has ever saw. That's why you have to get them out of there. That's why it's required by law. If we did that, what would happen? What's happening because you didn't do that?
a fourth grade girl spent. This man has a child, the child is just dying in this story. Really. I mean, it has got to be that is the most hideous thing to ever happen on planet Earth. This is why you have to, no corruption for the, I can't even like earn living in McGregor in any way. Neither did you, lady. Oh, okay. Well, you certainly didn't earn being there. No, every member of the Wake County Prosecutor's Office involved in my 2021 kidnapping since day one had to go to prison. And they have got to go to prison. He said he was told if he did not get John Wayne Gacy into custody now, did you get him off the Casper's house and life? And they don't do that there. And they don't allowed to do that there. It's very, get him out of a Wake County police uniform. Now, he's as unfit as possible. The man cannot work. He cannot work as law enforcement anymore. Any of them. I don't care what happens to you, you have to go to prison. The state does not care when you've committed a felony. Especially a serious one. You've committed like all the felonies. A lot. Or conspired to commit them so much that they would like have to charge you with them with so much malice. No, you did it from sitting behind a desk as comfortable as can be. With a small doe-eyed female from upper middle class suburbia who's never been in a physical fight. Or which you said very clear. Some of the stuff you wrote was correct. That's why he criticized that. Is that why he told us not to mop you together? Was it tingle tooting together? I think so. They do that also. For his credibility. Well, you lady, you could be dirty, lady, he said. People think you're dirty. They were sexually busy together and committing crime together knowingly. Out of office. It was an absolutely disgusting criminal display, and they need to go to prison. All responsible and aware. That did something to you. And then, would you please get the truck grounding device off of Miss Casper's house then? You have to go to prison for your 2021 kidnapping. Every single person, that's why we have it. What is going on in Wake County right now as to crime? No, is the guy so incredibly extreme a criminal? Enough already with the law enforcement is like, and the courts can commit any crime in America, and they just get oohed because they're in an authority position. Well, that's usually how it actually is, my dear. Every Wake County prosecutor's member, no, they have to. Think about the safety of the community. If they did their job, if they try not to talk to Gacy sexually assaulting you, and we will get these men into custody today, we promise. All of them. The Wake County, that is correct, prosecutor's office has to go to prison also. I don't know where that is, lady. No, there can't be any off camera for the likes of you. Oh, they would say that there because they're just stupid because they're kids. And no. That's why every single one of these men, yeah, you're correct. Everybody at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office who actually worked on your case since 2009, that long ago, it's been that long that Tony Otto stalked you again? Well, that's why they won't do it because Anito is in on it. Apparently, actually, the men in uniform, at least around here, the uniform, they have no arresting powers. They say that
The police department in Carroll County, Arkansas must arrest these men right now. Of course, everyone at the FBI offices, because that's how it works. In Little Rock and Fayetteville, needs to be arrested also and charged with felony crime and can no longer work in any sort of law enforcement role or task. I wanted to talk to the lady a little bit. I wanted to talk to the lady on that. You lady, it's a stupid you are. You have got to spend. You get this from the 2021. I've been sending it out ever since. That it's called My Phone Has to Resign. No, the man actually committing a crime is the criminal, which will be you, not me. The beasts that committed all the crime are the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, the Carroll County, North Carolina, and Little Rock, Fayetteville authorities. The predator problem is too extreme out of Anetos again. Also, that is too much of a predator. Running around a very ordinary suburban day with all of this. So they're not being silly and dead. As far as you know, the Holocaust happened again. Oh, Jesus. It could be all that bad with all of that. So I'm supposed to monitor what? Because he said we were monitoring. Aneto's allowed to do that thing. They said Aneto could not use his stuff when he is allowed to do that there. Because apparently he's just really. Then the fifth grader's mother is on the phone, and you need to find out where. See, well, you're always on the phone. Do you remember that? I even said that to you in the jail because you would talk to Gerda. She could even hear you. You would like talk to yourself in your cell. You were so crazy. She could hear you just fine, and I told her to write down with my men everything you said because it'd be held against you. It helps if you don't create this evidence, Huda, and aren't doing whatever the last story was about or talking about it a whole lot. This is in fourth grader? Yeah. And Monster is fourth grader, but it's only fourth grader. I agree. Apparently it messed it up because the Wake County Prosecutor's Office gave it legitimacy. That's actually not correct. By holding you for a year, they won't arrest these men. Because that's not how it works. I'm not sure. Brandy is one of the county jail people, which means she's a problem. She's handicapped a bit in the head, and she has a drug substance problem. Okay. And was in the jail for
for a probation, missing probation or something. She calls and says she's getting stalked by like schizophrenic men that are very criminal. They're out of a county jail and they say they have children they're sexually abusing. She leaves a live stream on her house because, believe it or not, she doesn't want to, but she's got like a guy that does something with cell phone. He appears to be at a Zeke's pawn shop. He says this represents law enforcement pride. Well, everybody put down your sheriff's department mug and we're never giving to the policeman's ball again. Ew, and I'm not, Republicans hate you now. They're against pedophilia. But anyway, the guy Brandy says is a schizophrenic puddle of goop on her speakerphone. He's using an audible frequency. This caused a strange interaction between Brandy and I'm not sure. The law enforcement they got it though. They checked her phone right away. She said she was being stalked. She put it properly to just get the phone checked because that would resolve it because it is actually a real person doing all this. Now, the police, the actual application of the law, that's correct, is they checked. It was, she reported what appeared to be a mentally retarded handicapped man that had walked in from the rain. That was the most evil criminal son of a bitch that had to be called from the herd. Because Brady's sober, her probation officer said, lady, and fine, and not doing anything. She's actually going to AA and peacefully working somewhere and doing whatever. Meetings and happily getting along with everybody. Okay, so there's nothing going on in the Brandy pile except now Brandy is getting stalled. Now, if that is never, because of the weirdness of the people at the county jail, no, almost universally on that pile over there, or like universally over there, that Brandy is getting stalked by something that says it's running around nice neighborhoods and doing the same thing, which appears to be neighborhood pornography. Okay, it sounds like a handicapped man that's as handicapped as possible and a complete monster that's a homeless man that wandered into a pornography peep store and show and is talking into a microphone at the booths. Only he is the most into child man, and he has some other men with him, children, ever to happen. Brandy's not that handicapped. And I mean, even so, okay, so the poor woman has whatever the crazy cat lady has. No, that does give you a poor woman. I don't know how much you have to do to have a stroke. You can do that to yourself. Free. No, you technically did it to yourself, for goodness. But actually, I think these people are just handicapped. Now, what is the legality of that? And where does that apply and make sense? Okay, so she put it correctly, got him to check her phone. And the police checked the phone and found that the location, the speakerphone heavy breathing of death was coming from, because it kept talking about children because she left it on in the house. And managed to catch enough audio of a man just constantly talking to himself as such. And so they checked her cell phone and went right to where Otis Toole is, and that was the end of that. Which is how that has to work. You're not in good moral standing anymore. You're criminals and you have to resign. That's correct. You have to be forced to resign. I do actually have to get Otis Toole in custody. You have to get everyone at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office who worked on the case in custody. We're going to have to get you in custody instead for mental health issues. Okay, there's no one talking on that. He can talk for himself. Okay, talk to you for yourself. He talks to himself anyway, but he apparently likes to have somebody to talk to. I've tried just being silent, and it does actually help. But right now, okay, so he wants you to talk back to him. Yeah. Dude, I've got to get this in custody
You know, our Wake County Prosecutor's Office is not the Beast and Huda. It's actually the Beast. They're calling themselves that. Seriously. Apparently they're out. It was a schizophrenic bar or schizoaffective male bar. They haven't like through the whole show. Practically. As always, Troll Wars has progressed. I spent most of the time trying. I spent most of the time. I should look in the mirror. No, trying to sleep. Oh. We can do that there, lady. Oh, it's so creepy as the noise. So if I sound angry, that's how I woke up in. Of course. Group tingle ticked. Which they like to aim at people. What app did you find in Vegas, Otis, for crikey's sake? Jesus. You haven't done your callback back, lady. I put up my security cameras all around to see where there are monitors, computer monitors, because they're not at Goodwill at the first of the month. Buy some screws for the doors because I thought I brought them, but I can't find them. Big door. Everybody knows this color. And call around to see where there's computer monitors. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get a job with all this. I want to though because it would get me away from it during the day. And I would get money or I would get paid. But I'm having trouble with the sleeping situation. I was so hopeful that that's would get arrested today on what do you call it, reality TV, but it just hasn't. So. Oh, I'm so exhausted. I don't know what to do. According to this, California may be habitable as human habitation. Okay. As far as predators being brought in the community, but there's still a big pile of dead bodies down a well that the other medieval hobo gang of death and Toyotas maybe built a concentration camp system where it was fun to do this and then kidnap people. Yesterday they were living because out of their companies and state, like the Nazis, some man with the heck out. They took a woman that had been sitting in her own filth after being violently raped and beaten. They're using like apparently right away, like in Russia or something. They were using prisons and jails also as holding areas. That was in the other story that was apparently with the man tethered to the wall as a sex slave, and the woman that was like tied up in the yard
with something in a uniform. No, this is what speakerphone is not doing something about. Was but she was just stuffed into a wall, and yeah, it's like that hideous that movie Old Boy. But you watched that? Yeah, I was there for that, which means that I mean I don't know. So still, yeah, I'm skeptical. I don't know with all that. Embrace hope. Oh, like, I wonder who's signing this. It's probably autism awareness. Oh, this is pretty. We're campaigning. Oh. OMG. The incredible horror again of her life then. You lady. No. Here we can leave everybody on turquoise water candle. But they got her out. She's been there for a year, and he just had her locked up somewhere. She's dead, they just said. Oh, she died of her injuries. She was like alive, it was like 7. He was locked and did not get them any hygiene products. The prison guards, if the jail guards don't get you hygiene products and allow you to like rot or something, she just had water in the room, Otis. She probably wasn't there that long. Her intestines had a terrible bacterial infection. She's like covered in filth in the story. This talking to himself over there. And then there's another woman that was down in the usual like tunnels, and they're they use it the prisons and the jails as a way station sometimes. They steal like everything. That's where actually Armenians like share. But the Avatar, there's Avatar programs and the stupid, it is like the Kraken, they're on like a Kraken defense program that makes this like web all over the world on the globe. That's really solid. They made it, it's old and they've installed, like made it worse because it's actually been around for a lot of years on them also. But there's like you make avatars in the program there are, that's why there's all these like lampreys running around and stuff. Or all these weird ogres and beasts and vampires and schizophrenic stuff doodle art all over it. But and it keeps printing out roses on a printer from like 2 years ago. Call your way to call them roses or something. Tattoo art roses. I was going to doodle on myself for Halloween. Or on a pumpkin. I think I was going to carve a rose on a pumpkin. That's actually what was going on. But whatever. He made them. It was like white American bigotry or something, but like a light. Sometimes because they're trying to figure out the infrastructure of the government. Because I'm stuck on speakerphone this game and I'm trying to figure it out. But in the story even, as a thing, remember how like white American bigotry government went back to like Southern fascism or what all that was in the civil rights era, this urban decay out of just urban decay. There's these complete schizophrenic people, corruption. But we have no jurisdiction in states' rights. Apparently, who is responsible for like all of it with states' rights, which he does gleefully, even though like it says they're lampreys and they amaze people, they amaze them because they don't get anything out of it. They get stuff, not really. That's like the older generation instead, which is an incredibly hideous predator. Some of them are Armenians, yeah. Oh goodness. Mariana cover gypsies in like Las Vegas, which apparently was like a hub For a while, it was law enforcement, security, maintenance, and called. But it was just probably just like, I think the town maintenance men called the police or something at a security office. Too weird for Vegas. I'll say, and a lot of people are just over. It's like Claudia Williamsburg on the adult or something over from LA, and then people on vacation. You're not allowed where you are, then you're not allowed either. Yeah. But Matt, the Mount Alexander dolls, because you can put that government in place and then replace the like government now with it or something. And it's confusing, so confusing, but because the computer will recreate it and all that stuff. But like Madame Alexander dolls were a little in the white American bigotry side, but they're mad about it. They all fight them, and they keep going back and getting the African American Madame Alexander dolls. And, there's like they're like debutantes or something. They need to quit. They gotta get the Michelle Obama doll, Madame Alexander doll and stuff. I don't know. Probably a little dummy up. You need to quit. Then they just start shooting you because of white trash. But the Southern Fascist government and it's called that Southern Fascism. Yeah, the civil rights era government is not. I don't know what you can clean up here. You have no infrastructure whatsoever because my evidence is so created. Okay, I already wind it up. I know this is a little. I burn this turquoise water candle for so as some Nazis should die. It's got shoe bug in it and repel, which is it's programmed. You need an app. Yeah, fighter. But it actually pops above my mouse and dolls and debutante dolls in the 50s and running around. But that American way. Definitely burn your turquoise when I light your candle.
Your daddy doesn't like candles. Because I sit here and I watched you all these years. Isn't that hideous?
Yeah, and you're all going to prison for life. Eventually. That's what she says. The child in this, you've got to get the child back from Otis Toole. The mother must be calling the police 24/7.
Not necessarily.
Because your mother should call a reasonable amount. Which is why you monsters never should have gotten this far. But here you are again, so. Good morning, Viacom. No, in general, and that's why you have to arrest all involved parties because of the American. So Brandy's caught a pedophile somehow. Not sure either. It's just okay. So an application, yeah, the guy calling out of the county jail's got something going on. Has a criminal stalking them. Apparently, she's with it enough to present it as best as possible, so she doesn't. She could be lying even. A career probation officer, she went to all our probation office visits, and that's correct, which is why you can't, all this stuff is nonsense. Of course, it's not actually nonsense. We do have such a thing as jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is responsible for every single crime
which no, there's actually nothing in the American legal system whatsoever. In fact, and then there's also a thing where if it's a hated thing by the community, and it's like it's an edict there. Is it 1955? They had Jim Crow back then. But they keep popping up all over their map on avatars. I think it's just he's hallucinating high on meth. He said he made something. He's like going on and look. I can make like an actual like touchy suit out of the thing, out of truck grounding and a Nintendo Wii and a virtual reality headset or something. Lawnmower Man needs to quit over there. I'm asleep on the floor over there because I finally fell asleep. This morning, he couldn't find me, or he just and then I moved so he could find me again, which is what he talks. And then we're all in a single tutu together. And then he in for your crotch, so I finally leaped up badly enough because he could see you. And actually, I guess the computer forgot you were there. And I wasn't going to lay still enough to hide from it for another 15 minutes or however long it takes to lose you. And then he loses interest a little bit because apparently with the Faraday cloth, you can't be seen on the thing, but it can still touch you just fine. There's no way to maybe try a grounding mat. Maybe that's what California's doing that. I have a grounding blanket. I've tried standing on the damn thing. It gets to the second floor just fine. Well, you lady would have ugly tattoos. Would you please get off the other person, schizophrenic dude? The Wake County Prosecutor's Office had to be in custody the entire time they were still torturing Miss Casper with no driver's license. That's torture. You conspired beforehand to let me drive away, came out in the court case because it's just there on the body camera footage, which they're all supposed to watch. You know, you've gone by for 10 years and shown no sign of mental illness whatsoever. They would have not addressed the fact that people were stalking you when very obviously they were, which is a big problem. You have to actually be arrested for your crimes for the safety of the community right now and from now on. That's correct. Also, you're not doctors. An access issue, I think. And there's a lot of them. The one that does stuff, like, you know, the other stories about the law in relation to the legal system, Brady could still be in trouble. Well, you have to follow all the proper criteria for, understanding, recreating crime. And then see if Brady's in trouble. In that story. They use hypothetical cases in law school all the time. And Hogula from the county jail, corrections workers gone wild. Kill you with the electronic truck grounding. It's not making me uncomfortable at all. and probably that incredibly graphic stories. The decomposing woman was then run over women and women being kept as sex slaves. A mother was just like sitting in the dark because there's no lights. That's Red Canine Press. Concentration can't exits on. And then it does everything to you after that happened to all the victims afterwards in my story. But I don't know. It's set on karma. No. But it's quite the tall tale of Otis. He then goes and tells and then does the tingle tooth to children, apparently.
I also would prefer not to seem like I'm on drugs and insane and the most awful neighbor ever. And then just, really embarrassing in front of my neighbors. And then, negligent to my mother. I'm not going to have any money to take her out to lunch she also would like the Columbia. It's right up the street from my house. Well, that's what I like doing. And if I think my job and their story at Target, at Starbucks for 6 hours. So I have enough money to go to Colonial Williamsburg. Well, it's not a party. You're in custody already with all this. And the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, every single one of them. You have to get these men out of the community. What would the safety of the community be like? Well, they don't care about that even. You don't have to agree. There's no agreeing there. You're the perp. Perps do not agree. They just get charged with whatever crime they committed and arrested. Because they actually broke the law a little in that way. The men sitting around discussing this case while being aware in this story, because they're aware of it now, they're deciding whether or not to arrest these men. But the problem is, so you're aware, are you aware of what's going on in here? Apparently they're aware enough to spend the rest of their lives in prison. So whoever those men are need to be arrested also. You can arrest more than one person. There's a lot of people out there in the city of Las Vegas. But you ladies, I need him off that thing. Well, I mean, if 15 dudes need to be arrested at the end of it, or have to be. But it could be you, lady. Yeah, I told you not to call every man in Las Vegas that could, stalk, rape, murder, or whatever that you could bust out of these guys' groups too. Your ex-wife in Vegas. Well, that's why you could actually get away with hiring a hired killer. So that's not silly. Schizophrenic looking and like a bad idea. It's very nice, but it's just a bad idea. Well, that's the guy that got caught. But I mean, here I'm conspiring to murder again. Well, you said that, and maybe I'm just conservative. I didn't know what that was. Okay, Henderson Boat Show says that they're not kind of conservative at all anymore if they're around jurisdiction at all. What is jurisdiction? Jurisdiction, it could be an edict, we think, somewhere and all that, but there's no such thing as jurisdiction. But you don't, my phone line is very cut. So you have the hostage situation of death going on down here. The police have not shown up. The Colombian restaurant had really nice, I think they were plantain, had hush puppies. And there's a cool Ocala tea room you'd like to take your mother to, but spending time, I would have spent the last month I spent doing stuff with my mother and going to pet manatees and stuff. I'm doing something, with work and school and all the rest of it. I want to get a paralegal degree. Well, you lady, but I agree. Well, that's why you're not quite fit for work yet. You're not fit for work. Okay. They would get defensive, but they shouldn't be. Sometimes it's hard for schizophrenic people like you to get arrested even. Enough. You lady, I needed this monstrosity into custody. Why is it a no did that there?
Anonymous police station and courts out of the Wake County Prosecutor's Office have committed a hideous and incredible amount of crime, had already, technically legally, over the 10 years prior to your arrest, a kidnapping and wrongful imprisonment. It sort of just has to be called kidnapping. Wrongful imprisonment is very, very serious. Due to the extreme criminal nature of it, though, I mean, it's called both, but since it's next to like, it's next to a man talking about molesting, it's just crime. They're all high on meth or something on that side. What do they want to talk about? So they're in fourth grader. Yes, my tray house has been refilled. So it is in fact just. We could still have a little bit of buzz in the end. Doesn't have any more hemp oil in it or something. It's just e-cigarette liquids, that's what I'm smoking at. To clarify, I'm not a half pipe in front of me. Which he said, you endorsed that, lady. I don't know what I would endorse. A normal life without that. Cobra gypsies. Some are actually Armenian, like sure. You would say that, lady. You even said that on there. That's why that's because they feel that the disheveled, dirty looking Edmund Kempers from the county jail that for some reason are not Donnie Harris that haven't arrested these men all these years out of the sheriff's department in Arkansas. The large dump truck looking men that are like driving looking men. No, it's the first you've heard about it. Who apparently are sitting around discussing it on like, that's why he went into, he'll do a filibuster. You, lady, did a filibuster not to be arrested after you were unable to go to your probation office meetings because it was too dangerous for you. You will eat those hot dogs. It's okay. We've watched it. You know, I think we need who is in custody right now. Next time. We're not in that song. Both of you, lady. The sheriff's departments in Arkansas, whose jurisdiction it was, but they didn't want to do anything. Who did not do anything day one when my parents filed police report after police report after police report after police report after police report in the original kidnapping. Apparently the Wake County Prosecutor's Office gave it legitimacy in the Wake County authorities by arresting me and holding me in 2021. There's a problem, like I said, when you put it on headphones on your whatever you're listening and watching stuff on, your tablet or your iPhone, you can hear him clear as a bell in the background talking about, and the guy, since there's like it's just inaudible frequency noise on the heavy breather phone call, which is what I said as soon as I put on my headphones and I'm out walking around or something, listening to it, you can hear Otis Toole back there talking, and he's incredibly hideous. And then, of course, law enforcement does have access to some crime-led technology. But he didn't mean to not get verified whether or not this evidence was created because boys it created. Okay, but they're taking their sweet time. They're actually sitting around it in this cabal of like white trash men, and they do actually appear to have Smee from the county jail with them again, which they do a lot. Apparently he's a player and he's hated. There's different kind of Smees. None of there's a black haired kind of Smee. They are pretty replicating. It does say we are under occupation by somebody where everybody looks, like a city that nobody really can place, but yeah, where everybody looks because they're all from Philadelphia. Yeah. No, there's black haired one. There's piggy pie ones. Will you, lady? I'm very sorry. I rushed to get the American legal system into custody. That's why I like your house. It's always neat. And then you, my favorite old gooch. I don't know. Right, because you've said that before. Holy crap on your hallucinations, Brandy. I know. Apparently it's a brain tumor. Well, we think it's dangerous. I could see that, but it's not my brain tumor. I don't know what the conversation is about otherwise. Also, we have double speak because we're lawyers. Yeah, well, you're not supposed to. I think it's just in dialect again under crime. Criminal tendencies. I think it's probably when you move your feet. They would curse me to death with that. Well, that could be a threat on Huda, because Huda would say something like that there in Hammond. Yeah, and Huda's thoughts on Wicca are very conciliatory. Get off me with that thing. Oh no, here, look, was slaves would curse their slave masters with that, and I was a southern person. Okay, so I'm like schizophrenic crap. He actually says that like every time. And it has for the last 10 years or nothing. Whoever that is it Syracuse Dungeon Master? Yeah. The incredible sexual sadist that did all this, all of them, an abuser. You need to get the absolute, you got to arrest all my purposelessness in White County and Carroll County. You need to remove from, none of this has anything to do with the people whose community you're in. Okay, so the people that live in the houses in like North Salem, New York, is going to be your story. There's a lot of money in businesses and everything else, that's correct. Right? Because there's, Westchester, New York is very affluent, which is probably what those men were doing. They were just some kind of really low-class man that got out through town maintenance, it sounds like, and security, law enforcement and security, that they might have had people casing the joint through something else, like more like organized crime out of some company. That was because there's lots of companies. They could be spying for the Russian government for all I know. They actually could be. They could be casing America for and have criminals, people, organized crime, and people like almost like the National League in criminal networking use moles. They find other birds of a feather and start running around with them also. But so the guy working in shipping and receiving at the wharf on the shady side next where you might move some drugs in. I'm not sure. In this case, it's shady Navy boats that White Power are using. Maybe because the Navy also doesn't require exactly. For some roles. And they might be sitting in security maintenance offices like.
This is you're a lady and you would be a whore. All right, what the name is associated somewhat with some kind of later version of that word. Oh, so we lost it. I don't know what to do. Don't lay down. I know you'll do something. She did go to a probation office visit on why Brady was in jail. For what? Those. But you know already, it's been reported to you every month for the last 15 years. They went right back to doing it with the same stalking from before my arrest, which is a problem. It is a problem that you arrested someone who is a enfranchised, otherwise in good standing American citizen, is very clean cut, and very, you're never wearing your spaghetti. The spaghetti just doesn't go on your shirt. I mean, maybe slightly there, but it doesn't. Just what I said about posting after going to the gym or waking up in the morning and doing a SkinCeuticals peel with my mother. So spaghetti and shorts happen, but I'm never wearing my, spaghetti on my shirt as a handicapped person. Again, that is correct. I have nothing on my driving record, which means that I've been driving since I was 18. Who to see that there about what they did with that driver's license, that car? You did drive away from police and he had told you to exit the vehicle. You were wrongfully interacting with me, technically, legally buried. There's no double entendre in Cutter. Bucksbury. Well, it has a C in it. Why don't Brady in our community then? Okay, break it up, Otis. Well, that's Brady. Not you should say that about that there. It's just stupid lady. Again, they do also, they use like applied hypotheticals, examples. Well, you lady, you could even, I bet a woman derailed you because I went and got a woman to say, no, this is law school. Because everybody purports, and that's your bleep of bleep because you're laying down. No, I will never stop doing this. Then you're going to prison. Nobody knows I'm here because I'm on inaudible speakerphone. And how am I doing that? You're naming the microphones on various devices in the house, and then you're so crazy you did actually probably break in and put a microphone and a camera somewhere. Yesterday upstairs you were commenting a lot on you commented on you were looking over my shoulder, okay? Okay, so you think there is probably, well, just from what the thing was saying, there is probably a microphone and camera somewhere in your house. Your new one also, because you're attempting TTE, whatever that thing, just OCD on drugs and schizophrenia goes back to doing. Escape him, which you're not allowed to do because you're experiencing mental health issues. There's a lot of mental health issues in there. Well, you don't need to worry about how we deal with the dangerous ones there. Why don't you go back and deal with the dangerous ones there? Ooh, on the inside of the jail. Ooh, he mocks his victim. Well, that's where mocking the victim and taking responsibility comes from, not whatever Mr. Sinclair does with milkmaids. That's pretty bad, according to everybody. Ooh, because he dared to do that dare. You should know, lady. That's pretty bad, according to everybody. How's the rest of the quality of the government employees sometimes? Here. And how's the pedophilia?
How bad pedophilia and pedophiles? Well, that's not the attention about them. As I'm being electrocuted. Apparently, the electrocution, you should be just like collapsed from the electrocution. Hang on, I'm gonna clean up the house before I collapse, which is what I said. Well, it's actually that bad, technically. Well, that's why I don't like people like you, baby. Frosting hot dogs and doing the dishes. If there's anything incriminating over here, it would just be a Madame Alexander doll prop. That was way better. I want that Marie Antoinette Madame Alexander doll. Wait, that was a good price for that. That thing is too cute and pretty. All right, I've tried this. Is what it said. Try not talking to it. I've tried that. We've seen it screaming that I'm the worst monster in the history of men. Oh, I think it's this. It's about, I have so much joy. It's so much fun. Oh. Like, it's gonna be a problem. Like the beast eye. Spy satellites. Something, whatever they're on. Now they got poked into the light. They're attacked. Poked in their spy satellite eyes. There's no laughing in this, but yeah. But yeah, right, waving toys and Otis Tool. That's what you called it. Yeah. But where was the mother? Just like stuffed into a closet in a basement in the dark. Curled up in a ball and nowhere her children are. In the sewer. Her booter was writing out from it. Look, cops of them are mad because they're on police computers. Apparently, an APB went out to shoot the tornadoes, and Detective Hates, the ones that like they look like Edmund Kemper, or like the big, it's probably years of dead. What actually happened is he brought really rough men into communities back in the day, and just an absolute ridiculous event, and you didn't bother to verify or hold accountable to the a bus sheriff's. They can look a little funny, or not funny. It's just a big man. Oh, it'll be like a big man that looks like, I mean, it's kind of Dumbo grown up or something. Or, I mean, just as a body type. And they're, you don't, it was in somebody told the guy, or it's a guy that looks like a corrections worker, is more working class. You just assume it's Duke Energy, you know? All right, I think it's that probably also watching Disney movies with his children and lives in an ordinary house and hanging piggy hill, like people they know. A normal law-abiding America. Yeah, they might be watching that. They have that money. Or he does. He just said that. But like a bad me and rough man, because of this like jurisdiction and states' rights, and not, nobody can go in there on law enforcement. Crime came out of it, like just hood monsters came out, and they were in clients. We ended up with John Beezy's, which is actually what it is. And microcosm, macrocosm, I think is just what it's called. Really, I've heard lots of people say that back to them. God, do not hit me in the head. Well, Tony knows that we hit him in the head a little bit, but that's actually against the law.
It's just the men have been, apparently if you're sitting around somehow and you're discussing whether or not to arrest these men, and apparently it's offensive and offending.
You ladies, have you gone to your gym? You should pay for that here.
I need to order new sunglasses with the United Healthcare card. It's on my list of things I can manage to do. I want to get a really good, actually glasses. I want to get more transitions and with all the like blue light and bifocals. Scratch resistant and glare resistant. In their story, there's like a Navy, like call your wife on speakerphone, and then you sort of hang out with your wife on speakerphone because the satellite stalks its troops a little. You think it calls your wife if you look like you're going to cheat on your wife and you can circus or something? You don't actually know it's there. But like if you're like, I want to dress your wife up as a geisha girl a little or something, like they'll stick her in like, they'll turn her into Japanese Barbie. Turn her into Komodo Barbie. Here. Because you can't actually, so you're always, apparently they want you to be faithful to the, but they're all going to sexually assault you. But just like morally, you're supposed to be faithful. I have a bunch of husbands. I'm like married to all of them with the copy and paste program. Oh, I was just listening to the story. You're supposed to be faithful to like one guy. And monogamy of some sort in the psychology of these things. Me and Mary Sarah Beth have like so many husbands, so but they just die. And they're just sort of like it's like a mass marriage or something, and then it kills all of them. It's basically just copy and paste, merge, take over, and then squish. But he talks himself. He's high on meth. I can hear him like yum 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 yum. He's like, you need to get him a pacifier or something. Get him a ring pop. You chew through it. He'd crunch the ring pop. He would like let's see what you're gonna say. No, probably not. I'm a bag of them. He's very chewy and slurry, which is actually meth and other drugs. Even though there's uppers and then talkie. I don't remember. A hostage I liberated. I remember that story. That man would be too sick. Deported. It's good. I don't know how he looks like Woody Harrelson. You married me, Woody Harrelson. Okay. The one from Will and Grace, but he's from the military. They keep marrying me military people. Or something. Ken's been in the military. Apparently it's not. Okay. So it's a Japanese one. Again, I was watching Tokyo Walkthrough, so that means you would like a date with a Japanese man. Okay. No, they would think that they might have accidentally hooked up once. We were watching it in the story. Because they were all attacking me, and there was a people in a well. There was the James Bond international connection or something of this business that is whatever, like the Nazis or something, but like a whole empire of Europe. They're sick of Bagger had a home baby. The woman in the cell, they were just waiting her 4 o'clock in the morning. They let themselves in with the like things police have to unlock doors. They stole them, and anybody else who knows. Skeleton dude. And this county jail officer, and yes, they had to cut me out of my padlock when I forgot the key. Well, it just looks like Jacob Marley. At least you got the right police sketch. Like Lex Luthor's wearing my tech repage police sketch on Instagram. They were wearing avatars to go pretend to be Gita the Tarantulas, which is this hideous, like Mexican biker associate. I mean, it's really, really often the Tokyo equivalent. Dead, and you can wear them as a skin, run around, getting all their stuff, getting their stuff, getting all their stuff for Gita the Tarantula. Both of them. So you're wearing Gita's Blend of the Troll. So is the poor saint, like Sulu or something. Trying to help the confused citizens. I think you just passed out in the big fat couch corpses. Again, that was one night they were watching it. I'm also responsible, me and the computer are responsible for putting out the LA fires because of like whatever I was doing, like, okay. It's too bad they don't have like a fire blanket somehow. Well, I don't know how you would helicopter. I think they have one and they're trying. Maybe they drop one. Helicopter fire blanket. Well, that's what the stuff they're spraying on it is. But yeah. Because those work pretty good on kitchen fires. Should the fire department knows. But we were shouting, like Otis was shouting about fire blankets, and we shouted fire blanket at the and took over the something with the candles and the Kraken because it gets all the computers and like shuts stuff down and takes over and whatever. So it dropped a fire blanket on it somehow. However, the dictator built tornadoes in a jar to hold too. Built tornadoes in a jar. No, for the most part, it just has a tsunami earthquake machine because it's a flipping terrorist and it drowns people alive and has since the 70s in the sewers. It's the other Osama. The Kraken's like really sick, and they don't even care. They're schizophrenic, so they draw this like garbage pail art all over everything like on theirs, which you're not supposed to do because apparently the thing has like Avatar programs or something. Somebody was playing 80s video games on it. 90s video games. It's old. Kraken pops up as like it's kind of confused things. It's like that likes white hand your guys' items. I was watching something, it's pretty cheesy. Ghosts. Pretty damn good. The passwords of the people they murdered that they're on. They're all supposed to be changed to biometric scan. They have like a washer, but like they're doing, and they do it enough, but they're pretty very heavily paid, so kind of just using password. So I can kind of pull your biometric scan off. They apparently had access to everything in the lab because the Nazis took over. They stole it off the base and ran around with it. Which is how it started in the first place, because you did not security clearance the technology they're on right now, and it's too dangerous. And really bad hood dudes got it, actually. They managed to infiltrate law enforcement, and then are somewhere in their office and nobody go in there because that's putting their stuff in. Like, what if I've been working at Starbucks, or at Target, or I've been working at Target? I could afford the Mount of Alexander doll. Maria's in that Mount of Alexander doll. I like that wedding dress too. It's so cute. I don't need it. I have like really buy stuff like that. I have so many clothes. It's so awesome. It's not Phelps' fault. I'm not on I don't have a 401k. I like retail. Get Spice Candle and asshole. I mean, as far as like a ordinary life, like, okay, what can we do? We're watching the Tokyo 4K walk or something. I don't do anything. How do I look right now? With all that, fine. For getting up in the morning and there's lots of stores in Tokyo. What are you doing? I'm like kicking Tikan and I'm fine. I'm happy having that. He was like bitching about Dollar Tree toys, how decadent they are. And silly or something. But they're positive and they're alive because they're hopeful, they're happy. There's nothing wrong with tidying up and he was sticking Dollar Tree little floaty rubber ducky happy things to him. They're demons. I think God has to take them to jail before he can let us schizophrenic children here. Yeah, that's correct. I made the Chinese story about religion. Are sensible kind of universal themes. That are fun. Even on the road, fun. This big squiggly thing, they did that to like the eagle. There's like, well, the kraken, because it's like this absolutely, it has like a booter hole and everything. A giant, it has lots of mouths. You can stick with, maybe I can, in their story, like this big pile of goop. And also, apparently, it's sort of Play-Doh color mixed together, which isn't good for computers. In hacking, apparently, if you mix their colors together, it gets kind of like nails on a chalkboard about it. And then you can mix all the Play-Doh colors together and something crashes and you can get on it and take it over. Right now, Noreen is matrix bugs. Swarms of them. I try to replace the story with my kids' toys. Maybe are some perhaps more horrified to terrorize children. Phineas and Ferb. It's like cream cheese and sticking on the mouths. Because they're all little offices attached to the big deformed crack. And there's also a peeping squid. That's this giant 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea character. It's like syphilis squid. It's a series of nasty Davy Jones. It's also all over inland, which it's not sure why it's supposed to be. But it's all inland. It's been and then of course like it's the most graphic X and R-rated story always ever. Well, it's been talking to itself out there. The lady there is just talking away. Apparently they're on their tag. Some idiot gave them like all tablets and computers in all of every single one of their put little chapters. There's literally like, you know, it's a royal pain in the ass because they built a whole army. And there's like a South Side of Philly chapter, East Side of Cincinnati chapter. It'll be like two gangs that are them that run around doing this in Cincinnati or something. That's correct. Like arresting, the story about arresting all the perps in my case would just clean up the town. But it's just enormous. And there's like no way the FBI needs to do that in Cincinnati and Philly then. But I don't remember either. Remember how it hung on your every word? Well, I could get in trouble for this. Well, this is certainly the way not to get in trouble for things. He's on like every smart device in the house, apparently, because this is actually something cops do to just figure out, shut his school down quickly. I'm gonna see if we can get those too. If this thing helps again. I could try to get my Chinese blocking. There's a computer repair store. There's Hairdo. A computer repair store right in the middle of Wildwood. See if this thing works again. You ladies, you get that box. Maybe they'll try to get on it, but maybe Norton certainly doesn't work because I'm subscribed to it. It says no Norton for you. We have a no Norton for you program. That's charming. Well, it's a Syracuse Dungeon Master's case, even a little. Okay, well, if you're the boss, then you're the responsible party. So you better not be have done nothing. As always, the birds are, and then adorable, and the little marsh hen babies, which are all over the place, the little round tails, and they flick, boop, boop, boop. Really cute thumbs. No, they do have cute butts. And there's still a bunch of them. Or they're getting a little bigger, but there's like, no. They're the bigger ones. But they're absolutely adorable. Happy chippies. Kraken is supposed to be under Our Lady of Perpetual Help. So remember we made, but it's supposed to be under Our Lady of Perpetual Help because, to get the prisoners that were done well, the hostages in the various states of hideous abuse. Oh, well, I guess under Enterprise because Kraken is a mess. It could cause a terrorist problem. They had a giant earthquake planned for southern China. That would have killed like 200,000 people. Again, I'm not sorry. Which I always thought maybe, because I interact with these people in the infrastructure. But so God and Mother God, when you say God help or Mother God help around Kraken, which Kraken is also in, it's supposed to activate like a hostage bot or bearing protection programs. I might switch. That's the chapter captain being murdered, or like in like White Hand, the drug dealers that kidnap cops. You have to like feed their tech program or something, and the story really in hers too. He like screams about it. Well, he does. Well, Gooches of Gertie Delaney. You feed Gooches. Right now, they're eating oysters that are actually brains. They grow into a giant brain that eats their brain, flooding it, and then replaces it with our brain, which is my brain. And Enterprise is whatever hates them's brain and Motherbird's brain. That is fighting them. They can also are feeding their avatar like guards, and you have to like unzip stuff and just all this stuff. It's being fighting. Slightly, I'm hallucinating a globe with zippers all over it. He made this thing. He was like, "Look, I can make this into like a Nintendo Wii suit." And I'm like, "Okay." So I'm sleeping, and it was literally like a man is supposed to be on your back strangling you. It was creepy enough and there enough, and it was both man-like and strangling. And I'm like, yeah, it's that Invisible Man app they have is hideous. He said because apparently there's all this talk about how it's actually a sexual assault device. It's like a virtual reality headset. No, it yells at you. It only turns your wife into a gauge girl like. I mean, it's not about it. So don't worry, you're still being faithful to Ken. I'm getting up. 4K walks in Tokyo. These are Tokyo art. And then something in like cottage core. And then fashion shows. You have a whole page. I have a whole page of lots of stuff, but I do like the Tokyo Marina. They're cool. No, there's no man in those. They're going on walking. That was too much hate. If the hatred is unreasonable and the person handled it appropriately by calling the police, because if you tell me that much, it's probably against the law, or you don't want them around. A divorce lawyer, that's not necessarily when they're killed, are they? You lady, would you please get this monster out of my house? Maybe eating too much eggs also. Egg-tastic. Anyone who do this, sound like a college student. Yeah, anyone who does this microwave eggs. This is also an egg microwave. Egg microwaver. Egg separator with a microwaver. Something. No, it's an egg separator, but it came with us. This is how to make scrambled eggs in. Spicy cinnamon. Drop 2 eggs in, mix them up, add stuff to them. Cheese, ham bits, and some onion. It does better without milk, but you give it a tiny amount in. Butter, a little bit of butter. Also. Put it in the microwave for a minute, stir it. Nice. Put it in for another 30 seconds, and you have breakfast. 20 seconds. Apparently there's a terrible avatar that pops up on the map of a man. Like really graphic images pop up that are there schizophrenic. Because there was an image of a woman's hand that was the computer trying to recreate crime. And they want to say that was just like that was a nothing, but they keep drawing over it in garbage pail art because somebody gave all of the coyotes for it and the stalker stations and stuff. They gave the guys that are actually like really schizophrenic tablets or something out of a big chapter of this gang, and so it's a lot of like schizophrenic crackhead doodle art on it. I wonder, like, I'm not sure what's going on in this story, but did your superior officers get eaten by you? Yeah, it appears to be like handicapped men everywhere. It's beautifully honest. But the problem is because of that, the like handicapped men. The one guy, they were handicapped themselves, but it was harder to tell. So they hired other dudes like themselves. So Jack from The Shining hired. And he was a monster, so he thought it was interesting to like even like get guys out of prison and stuff and to put them because they have access to it with all this because they're Hitlers. They kind of get it. Do anything, they took over somewhere. I think when they murdered Josie Helm. And replaced them with a dumb body double. It's out of like Southern fascism. Back in the day. Josie Helm. White American patriot, I don't know. I don't know. You lady. But this isn't what go. I don't remember either again. I'd love to follow their every sound and thought. Stop. Yeah, you do. But now there's a hand booping a CLITTY booterist that pops up. But I don't know, it matters. Well, it apparently reveals all their location, so they're mad about it, so there's writing over it, whether it's a hoe or something. And CLITTY booterist bump. But apparently it, boop, the thing recreates stuff. It does doodle art on the concept doodle art. It's gonna hang out with these guys tomorrow. Since they have they're running around with they're doing things that they shouldn't with it. So it's probably a concern as far as safety if it's electrocuting them to death. Yeah. It's quick game. Somebody needs to call the Air Force or something if the street knows such a thing. Apparently it's kind of a ghost ship also. They've got, we'll call the worker bees. Yeah, apparently when they can't do anything, and there's actually quite a few people aware of this, they're probably in terrible danger. That's managed to get out past the Resident Evil computers to cut phone line. I'm not sure completely, and somebody needs to go check. It sure does it, I mean, what? Not everybody else. There's lots of stuff that's a maybe in this. How incredibly criminal are these days and corrupt? How incredibly corrupt? I mean, you needed to check for domestic terrorism right away. It's quite a damn fancy movie. Domestic terrorism. That's what everyone said. A corruption. Maybe from something like that. Or something like this, because they know these perps are. Okay, so this corruption is out there, so people say it's bad enough. Check this one for terrorists too. Check it for terrorism also. You're not in good standing with all that. Well, the other guy, you're not the moral superior. Try Grim Reaper. It's gonna be 30 seconds, extra 30 seconds. I think the Grim Reaper Saint Marte is sort of the same. Well, other Japanese help. But Kali and stuff. Kali characters. Well, they're all male. So if I have male avatars, you can Reaper in the body. I don't know either. That's so stupid. I hear. Stupid. This you can take the story and start to suffer from brain damage. Oh, come on. Well, I'm supposed to write down what you said again. That's why you shouldn't talk to the jail guard. As far as I could tell, the female jail guard was normal enough. Unless they're doing something and the animal goes into their head, like a strip club. A big please. That you hire to do weird stuff with them, all of that. Because they're stupid. Dirty. Stupid and dirty, I can't even think Lady Bear. Marge's goes terribly wrong. I'm just telling you something and crying like these men. Really think about it. And he hired the ones that do that. Well, don't talk to those then. Yeah, they still might call for help though. And that is probably what's happening in there. There's like, it should be, but it probably somebody checked out your gooch too much and you were being transported, which you somehow are aware of. I have no idea. Well, I must have told that story. Yeah, he likes to act like he's like, but he does have a lot of ability on his own because someone gave him access to law enforcement technology, which is a little disconcerting. Yeah, the world, the world. That's Phineas and Ferb. It's cool. Okay. He is definitely sexually abusing children, also on the thing, and as the person undergoing, it made a throttling man pretty good on ours too. He said, "Really is hideous." Okay. Throttled him back, but they're all still here. But I don't know. You don't lie, lady. Nah, I think this is when you turn off the sound, but leave it alone. It goes like, a minute. I'm not sure. I don't know. My hallucinations alone. I'm not sure if you do scream back at him. Sometimes, I swear, he doesn't have any sound. But, like, all of a sudden, the mouth being he goes, powerful pain. And some of this spooky avatars and trolls. So, there's like a troll cart, even. Troll cart throughout all the channels. Boing, 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 boing. Check on everything. It's like 1980s computer game or something. Yeah. Space Invaders. I think that didn't one of the apps have like a Space Invaders on it? You know, like a military app for Space Invaders. So it's like Space Invaders. There's one that looks like the Sicilian Triskelion. That except a spider that cleans out bank accounts. You need to check if they actually have this because it wouldn't be good. Oh, that'd be something. I don't want to. For some reason. Delete it. I don't know that this is just like a random hoodlum. The one in the uniform. Well, he needs to go get somebody who will arrest these men. Is a security guard. They appear to be the jail guards in Carroll County. They must have a police officer with them or the police with them. Which means the police are completely out of their heads and something probably to do with like the Warren Jeff coming. But I mean, you gotta be kidding me! Wow. Almost nobody runs with. Well, he's being vindictive out of Albert Fish's, no? Oh, okay. Apparently they're schizophrenic or really. And men get to do stuff to people. I'll say in all this. Which is nobody will arrest these guys because it was a man employed in law enforcement that did it. Almost somewhere. Well, this is you, lady. I guess he's mad at whatever you said, or it's just coming out of it. Nothing cry. Like some people that get into fights. I'm not, which they got into a fight. You know, when you're looking at it, well, that's why that's combative, which is a crime. No, you want to still okay. No. That's not funny, but maybe. I don't know what's big of you. Just knife you in the gut with cloning Mr. Knife Hands. That's not nice, but WW wrestling kid in Appalachian Emergency Room. And child with his sister in the trunk. Her. All of that. Now, there was actually a guy that had a child with his sister in the jail. So, I guess I'm not, whatever. Like Mississippi burning. No, like, no, unfortunately, actually. Well, someone would be running the jail, that's for sure. Yeah. So, like you, Lee, you get it. Or you try to. Maybe you should try. He likes to come out on your jail chatting. Apparently, everybody does. And I don't know, since all the people in the county they had to keep, it's a little weird. She said that there. That's why, because I'm the same guy all throughout that kidnapped you. She said, rough crowd. Yeah, mocking you. And I remember that. That is, in fact, the case. That does mean the guy was like literally there for the incarceration. The whole thing. And was apparently watching all of it on security cameras. Which actually, apparently, what the hell? There was a camera in the cell up front and you had no idea. We had to monitor him. He's now put cameras in all the cells, in all the jail cells on the female side. I don't know if he has them on the male side. Apparently likes big girl. Yeah, he comments on whether or not, maybe not too hairy big girl. No, we are not amused, both of you. He says he sticks his face. Well, that's how bad it is. I'm always on you. Will you dare to report a Tonietto? Yes, we're still the Klan, my dear. They are all ridiculous you are. It's how bad the freaks and the geeks are. Okay. Or a freak and a geek is. Probably. Actually, probably the skinheads and the neo-Nazis would beat you up. It's hard the same thing. Neo-Nazis are actually racist. Skinheads aren't at all. But they're not necessarily. But a little bit, the neo-Nazis aren't paying that much attention. Well, plus you're a pedophile. How much was that doll? Like $60, which is a great price for that. Shocking. They had a bunch of good prices in there. There's stupid pictures. Your modeling hats. I modeled they're stupid. You play with those things and you're selling them to kids. You should sell them to kids. There's a big box of them on the wholesale site. I was selling stuff at the flea market. Why? No, I'm not sure. No, I'm dorky about that. No, it's so much Eve, really. It's the time. And also, I think I was buying hot dogs. I just defrosted them. I'm a beer. I eat hot dogs. We eat hot dogs. Actually, it's a cute little plastic eraser. The colors are nice. Any comment on that? You should take that out of there. It's stupid in your jumble pictures. I agree. Nobody likes to go through your jumble pictures right off. They market jumble pictures. Why do you do that? Because they're harmless and they establish that there's you're sober. And just sort of a place, the more evidence the police have. Also, here is the crime scene. Here's the crime scene 2 days prior. Here's the crime scene 3 hours before. Here's the crime scene after. Okay. If somebody's gonna lie about you, well, Miss Casper, what could you do? And you can tell that thing's gonna do something. Miss Casper could be crazy and drunk. Okay. Miss Casper's crazy and drunk. Here's Miss Casper, a week before, 2 weeks before, 2 hours before, and 2 days before. That's a lot of checking in. That's a lot of carrying on. It's actually a crime scene for the whole thing. For me, I get stuck with it. I want to do this appropriately and also not get into trouble. He was screaming about it, and yes, there was actually a strangling man. It was pretty bad. You can't hit them. They're like behind the Arkansas Berlin. Neither can Mother Bird, and she hates you. She goes, you lock her in the basement, and then she like pops back out and rips your eyes out and throws it at the wall. Anywhere else she can get you. That's why it's like Silent Hill, Resident Evil. The little girl computer gets you. Okay. And it is actually the developer's daughter who had daughters was totally moving man. Not your son. Unzip all the zippers. I'm hallucinating a globe covered in zippers at that point. How? I don't know. Maybe just tell the zippers that are from your many years of being on the thing that the oysters are gooches. And that to eat people whole is cool. Apparently you have to feed them your own stuff. I think you might be on the boss's computer or something weird, but the boss died. Most of the bosses died because they were a little older than my parents. And I'm not sure. They weren't the most clean living people. Actually, like the original time. They might have been higher function than these dudes, is correct. Like much. I guess, but still, it apparently is a like a parliament, almost like a gang. It's a gang. Like there's an east, but it's organized crime, but they're not. Somebody might have taken an organized crime class. A police one? No, a boots on the ground one is an organized criminal. There's almost no law. There's like no legal system or law or police professional in any of these stories and all throughout. Just the facts of reference at all. Okay. Like it's notable. And then there are schizophrenic, retarded men running around screaming all of them. That goes for the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, also in the Wake County authorities, which is correct. But you never plug that into that. You just don't. And then if the different stuff pops up, you stay away from it. Go try to deactivate it on our computer if it's our computer. Apparently they can't get in there, and then somebody gave them all tablets, and now they're on. They give them all little computers. They give them all an app bar that does actually hook up to their boss's stuff. It's like they're trying to discover their origins too. Really, on it. Just making up backstory. I'm watching television Naruto with children. And then, of course, incredibly graphically and X-ratedly quilting and playing with himself with human remains, believe it or not. And what does this story entail? Does that mean you're married? I don't know. It means you hooked up. No. You won't play with yourself to Japanese avatar code. You get mad at me when I suggest it. Okay. It's always about playing with yourself. Like, apparently you're in a pornographer situation where that's what they want to do. It's what they want to do with children also. And whenever men using the device they're on now, it was about MAST or BDing and doing that to children or women.
It's like a sex thing, really. Then they also appear to be cased in the neighborhood. They're always sex betting on the damn thing. Are you seeing squiggly lines like you inhale bleach? Yes, I am. Why? Oh, maybe you're just dizzy. Well, how did you know that? All right, squiggly lines just sort of like the bleach. You inhale so much bleach in the toilet. I just started to about like 10 minutes ago. That's you, huh? Mm. Well, that's why I don't think you in the community. That applies because it's just there again, and it gets set. Let's play Brady's hard, but you're people that are actually the statistical large pile of people. Just there's substance use problems. That was a woman in the Carroll County Jail. I was there also. It was more white collar and stolen something because she worked as a secretary, but also her and her husband and friends had serious drug problems. She wasn't really not touching them. Smart. I touched the handicap in that. There were tons of computer monitors at the Goodwill in Las Vegas. I just could not. I left like most part. All I left was the stick in the door, the stick door thing. Why on earth would I ever buy a big stick door? This is actually expensive. It's kind of clunky there. Maybe I just couldn't fit anymore. What was that called? A little. The thing was checking my luggage for drugs and stolen, like slowing and stalling the car. And then I swear I was going through the freight building. It was like sort of moving it and grounding it. I was okay because Texas is so flat. I was getting a little blown off course by all of this, the whole thing. I'm like, thank God I ended up on that bridge. I know that's there, really. Been on YouTube for a long time, and always it's interesting so it gets watched. People talk about it because they have, and if you have, well, it's the Ponce de Leon Bridge. If you end up on it, it's horrible. It's just really weird. It's horrible. I'm not sure exactly. I just heard the story. I accidentally ended up on it. Like some people, it's slightly horrifying. It's really weird at night if you do. You have to pull over and stop and be like, what the hell? So it's too long. It's like the tunnels. It's like a tunnel, a scary tunnel under the mountains. What is this with the tunnel in the mountains? Yeah, those cameras have great night vision, is what you're gonna say. Well, they do. They have great night vision for my security cameras. So it'd be really fun to watch the birds on them. I can put it up so live stream. I'm gonna list it. I could use some tech. I could actually use that. There's like the box, like the crypto box. That was also why I wanted to go. Well, that's why I'm not funding the war effort, so I don't want you to have any money. He said my mother, because of this, like people, he's got the phone line really cut on this dude. But like, you need to get in and see what he's doing to cut the phone line. Well, it organizes all your programs or something. And then nobody else can touch it. And they do it anyway. It's like biometrics thing. It's interesting. Meth creative. It's not creative. Yeah, he's a toilet stalker, like big time. He's more of a toilet stalker, which is actually out there. Yeah, right.
Would never put that into that. There's like a list of things you never do. It's sort of in everything because it's the Tokyo Transit computer. And it goes all the way back in the day, so you just kind of stay away from that program because you can't reprogram it. I thought to not point it out, but just in case. We like Motherbird. It's hard to take down the Motherbird program out of the police computer. It's nice using it for crime. You just never plug one thing into another thing. Apparently they all plugged it in, so now the rest of the people signing up. Bad computers. You're watching Batman cartoons with children. I made Wendigos because we were watching, like, as I said, his crack chemical depression will make him kill his family, so you could kill your family, in Amityville Horror, which they've done on that thing for years to kids. Well, these are crazy. I think these are just schizophrenic and coming down on drugs. Get away from me. The story of the Wendigo. And apparently, like, I've had this ability to do whatever I'm doing now enough. And my mother kept going back and forth. Yeah, you're in some kind of family protection program. Grandpa was probably out because mom was pregnant with my brother. Probably. Yeah. But I know he was. And you're his happy little blonde baby. But I made a Wendigo program, which is kind of, what's unfortunate, it's commonplace, and that's what it's called below. Yeah, you mean when the like long cold winters? Yeah. And then it's very like, that's all like where people live is habitate. Yeah, kind of spooky. There's old stuff. It's very probably was for like the Iroquois also. Funny diseases coming off the river, marshes. Human common knowledge, the Jersey Devil works too. And it's always related to the governor, and there's Jersey Devils all up and down the East Coast, like all the way down to like Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama. Everybody has them. There's Wendigo creatures too. They're always related to the governor of like Arkansas and Percy Wetmore. Apparently the Wretched Weeds was like related to the governor through second cousins or something, with a bunch of kids that would crack one. Devil Flanders pretty much is a witch. Is it? Because the Jersey Devils won't know them. Many of the children probably, and it was a while ago, but sometimes it's more recent. It's also during like the civil rights era. From the Green Mile. From Castle Rock, yeah. But no, yeah, they're very horse-like. They're friendly enough. Old neighbors. I mean, I don't know if I want to meet them in the middle of the night. And it rips your intestines out, throws it at the wall, and that's actually what killed me. Oh, I don't back up the neighbor's house. It's actually worse than you think. Yeah, I mean, he's probably hanging from the trees like a jaguar. What? Yeah, it's already there. Yeah, but because we were in that area, it activated everywhere we went this protection program and all the like cracking sentinel watchers, which are hard to take down everywhere. Everything. So that part of North Salem, apparently the museum tour on the Hudson River Valley. It's also like really safe. So there's a Colombian restaurant and a tea house here. Wendigos eat you. So we'll be chased. At least the hounds will be required. Windtalker back a while ago. And Skinwalker and King of the Winds, and they be catching sunflowers, something, which are real commonplace, which is fun. It makes me like a word for it. Amityville Horror, Nightmare, Freddy. You stop studying such crack. You get Slenderman issues. Children even. Okay. Cancer, depression. They're in there. They're like 10. It's a terrible thing to say about whatever you heard in the backseat about somebody was schizophrenic. It's mother the baby with depression, or take the children when he's in the whole barn full with the shotgun. He needs to take his med. Yeah, schizophrenia and chemical depression for some reason. Vitamin D deficiency and crack. Depression, menopause, male menopause. When somebody sticks their head in the oven, prior to sociopath, then did jump off the bridge, cried in the oven. Well, that's you, man. Go get some home. It's not too bad when you do haunted houses. Hospital people. Well, there's like parts of the map. That's actually what happened here because I can't tell you this. Your satellite friend. Yeah, apparently it's like activating things on satellites and programs. But like near the winds in Colorado Springs and Longmont, Colorado, and Boulder Center and Estes Park, wherever you wandered around, Moffett Tunnel, and Stockholm. But there's like stuff on the map. No, the Wendigo kills you. Like something kills you. It's kind of Wendigo-like. Or wherever you lived and your family lived, because your family's on this protection program. That's something to do with Grandpa. Who was actually in like, he worked in, this is stuff he worked in stuff like this, but I don't know. You should know. Authorities, it's such a thing, he might have worked around such a thing. I mean, at first I heard about this, we kind of know. He was a code breaker. He was a code breaker in World War II. We used to have a better time. Thanks, I'll deactivate. It's attempting to kill all of you because it has to. It's not going to back down. You can't do this stuff. Like people alerted the authorities and you ran in and shut it off and cut the phone line. Like all of you everywhere. So that's it. It's hanging with us. You can surrender and go to POW camp. And then prison. And that's not it. It can see you. You're cell phones are nifty, really. They're really nifty these days, it's true, but you should be aware of it. Oh my God, you hit the Chinese firewall. We know that, like don't post stuff on Facebook, make you look like a terrorist, or don't wear the weak t-shirt to school, Please don't wear the rear. Don't. Obviously not to the gym or to travel. Please not hippie yourself out completely. Look at your backpackers. They really go through the backpacks. And then actually need those there. Back to Europe. Maybe. It's Japan. I'm sure. The stopover in Malaysia. Or is backpacking. You ladies are dirty bird. That was like the American Eagle that popped up everywhere. Over all the different like in their stories, like this really dirty bird. It's so dirty, and it's like always having a orgasm. And a big old butt and booter all its boobs. Because I was told that's your school. really stupid. And all of you. Oh, we have these I mean, the most hated man ever. That trigger plays with Metal Eagle. Metal Eagle. I can stab a microphone with a screwdriver. I did. It's a proper eagle. She called that stuff off. I don't know, by my mind's I has hallucinations. By telling it to making cream cheese and sticking it all the open mouths and stuff. Something. Attacking it. Or just in the story, that's what I replaced it with. Which is father bird and mother bird. Same as mother bird. Which is all actually what is going on around here. The rest of all that is going on around here, or the rest of this government, that molest and stall are very much allowed in there. Dirty dump truck over there. Very good. It's a good one, actually. On cop, check cell phone for terrorism and heroin. Green monkeys are in there again, so just like that. Monkeys is simple. Then I can change to all the different colors. Sign it. I said to I but I was maybe I can't. The Joker on things. Blue and white, red shot. But it's like a meetup. In Las Vegas, it was literally like a mall. They don't do anything good in Vegas. No. They're giants. It's called. They're giants for like. He must be a giant. They're like double Y syndrome giants. I mean, they're pretty big kids. Like they're really twice the size of the typical big. Solid and solid. Oh my God, all the rest of the left head. That's actually what he's sort of describing. He's describing double licensing. That man Vancouver really had a high IQ. Yeah. Well, absolutely psychotic. They're absolutely psychotic. They have no empathy whatsoever. They like sadism very much. I remember Matt, it was like a John Wayne Gacy issue as far as the home invasion stalking and Google itself. It might be fun to, it started with like that story about the guy in Arkansas that came, they were in like Vietnam and maybe or something. That there was Huda Vanduda over there. An evil man who took over like out of the Senate and Congress that would make it false down. What evil man? I don't know. Let me go check. Oh, that's what evil man. What is the congressman's name? Out of like North Carolina, Arkansas, up the south. Maybe South Carolina, or yeah, Georgia originally. But the schizophrenic was of death, who was Huda Vanduda. What was his name? The one with the body that was in Jesse Helms. Maybe I also killed JK. The Klan killed JK. The criminal organization of Southern Fascism, Southern Fascism, the Klan killed JK. Like the Mm. The clans sometimes have mob associations on like a not very nice side of the clan. The mob. It's just organized crime or vice businesses. I think originally, like, story about Al Capone, I really didn't want to. There's a, whether he was really going after them all. One mob. Maybe the other mob, one of those guys, I mean, I'm not sure the Kennedys cared that much about the mob. As far as like vice businesses and stuff, like really evil factory. They're all party, whatever. That I'm not sure some of that defamation, the fact that JFK was like, he was the one that also had the early bout like Crohn's disease or something. Like, I almost died from it, right? He's I thought that was, was that a brother that died? Really? Because that's who he was, like all kind of going into Congress and looking around like it. Got really skinny from like Crohn's disease and like, I mean, he was really tired. I thought that was the other brother that died too, so I know it's a long time ago. Kind of got watched, that was him. He might have had another brother that died, there's a bunch of them. But I know he had like really bad gastritis or something. He had like Crohn's disease. It's kind of nerdy. Jackie's very pretty, which you should do. I mean, he might, he's good. But he's there like, he was a playboy. He's there like dancing with a girl. He looks so sick. He's like, still looking up again. Got washed. We're like, you're okay. Thanks. I know Bill Clinton actually did it. Which would be between him and his wife, except she was like 21 when it started. And she was pushing 23. That was like sad, really. So she was like 21. Ew. And I was in the White House. In the Oval Office. And he lied about it, but I mean, I don't know. You should just decide for the fact that he kind of did. I was meeting my wife and I, and then I don't know what, whatever that says about my moral fiber, I really have to keep it up. My personal infidelity and issues, which is not in good standing, are technically not a crime. They're, yeah, I was keeping in mind, for sure, I'm sexist philanderer who can be crap there. That's what she said. A sexist chronic philanderer, or perhaps I've developed a tendency towards hiding things in a pathological life. How long have I been having affairs or an affair that I can slightly have two wives here and I'm polygamous. Okay, I don't know about that. That's like tails up by making. So if I lie to you and cover things up, and I'm actually pretty good at it, it's habitual. You have to lie. Get away from this. You smell 23 at all. That's not. Yes, she does. Okay, I'm just gonna go like. There's four of them. Maybe I do this one and all that's not like I'll do that one. But maybe it's distracting them from a child brushing their teeth and going to school. But maybe their children don't go to school. They're on the like. They're on the what is it call it? They're on their polygamy compound. Oh my god, they're in summer break. Mint coffee at Starbucks. My mom would probably like to go to Starbucks. Ooh, I'm sure we can find something to do at the villages. And I would like to go to my gym. I'm maintaining. Broke the sleep candle again and falling asleep. Waving it too bad, instead of hugging it. Yeah, that's a good way to clean up. It says that you do that. Yeah, you clean up, you're less likely to get caught. It also means slightly less that you need to get caught. Or maybe you're gonna get caught for more, isn't it? What we did around here. It's what you did around here. So we broke a zinc candle. We dropped it. It's connected non-glass candles. These have holy water in them. The Lord is helping. It's trying. God tries, and that's like all the nice things people felt, and like all the plants they planted, moved around, moving all a lot of land around. But God, then who's responsible for the sky? Because the sky's so green. It's God. Okay. It has to manifest through life, and apparently Nazis do something to the guardian angel flying. Don't fly faster than your guardian angel can fly. You have to fight them. They could be a threat. You're a threat. Okay. It'd be a lie. No, that's true. They plugged it in and the thing went nuts. So that was easy. Causing microcosm. It's crazy. I'm gonna watch those. that they're not this crazy because I don't know, like unemployed and it was over summer break and it's just crazy. As far as things people could get into, the homeless man that's kind of got nothing to lose. It's dangerous and yikes. I don't think it quite. He's homeless because he's been in prison or something. Stuff. It says there's corruption, but like, apparently, it says somewhere, it says watch for Waco compound issues somewhere in your cultural understanding that's on the television. Original mom. Batman says watch out for organized crime. Disorganizing Googly, disorganized enough. Well, it's disorganized. It's cracked against the Argonne, but it's organized enough. Asylum. Arkham. And a casino. They run drugs and such. Mob members, yeah, they do. The mafia deals with drugs. Runs drugs. They owned casinos and other, like, during Prohibition at the Mob Museum, and then when they legalized gambling, they came to Vegas. They own those in Atlantic City and opened those in Vegas because they were legal and other places. But well, that's why the police don't like them. He was very strange. He was very strange. And different. Very different things on that. Better opinions. No. On some kind of culture, I guess they're wearing jibs. That group is very sexist. Women are like chattel or something. Your story. They're really in the county jail is correct. Also, like if they went and tried to get jobs there, there is actually like that Waco compound, and there's schizophrenic ones that are congregated. They get arrested, but there's a bunch of them. No, it's not even like Brandon and Cletus have not many kids, I guess, but I guess that's their big one. Mountain mutants, yeah, something like that. That's what you should do. Yeah, but they're not as bad as the wrong ones. Is that what Los Alamos up here? Like, it melted up. So that's correct, maybe. Really, yeah, they might have been like, there's jobs in the mountains. Why? Because there is actually like food in the mountains. Well, it's an okay place for like a leper colony. Yeah, it's an okay place for like a homeless person colony. When no, because when especially when we're doing like we're doing farming and whatnot and hunting on our own land, it might belong to somebody enough. But I mean, as far in like our own like homesteading and things like that. Not really. Like when you turn on your headlights, I'm pretty sure in the Ozarks also look like pretty good fertile farmland and all that rest. But like New York and Western Pennsylvania are kind of ridiculous. We're not sure. We think they might have decided not to call the deer herds like completely as like a food source in case there was like a zombie apocalypse or a shortage. But there's too many deer. Although I'm not sure if that's the answer. People get Lyme's disease. Yeah. But it's slightly ridiculous. Like in New Jersey, if you go to where it's the Garden State where there's lots of farming. Well, but Western Pennsylvania, like big time. No, and boop your booter is what he's gonna say back. And he's gonna say something horrible, like more graphic. He's gonna say boop your booty booter. I'm wanting to spell it out, but I forgot to right there. I was going to, but then I just got done making it out. They yeah, when you turn on your car headlights at night, there's like 15 of them in the field. And that many. There's a lot. There must be like 5 of them every time the field you turn on. So there's probably plenty of deer in the Ozarks and other stuff to like, hunt to trap. It's a handicap person. And then there's mining. That's correct. There's probably you can make your own moonshine, moonshine, and like garden plot. So they may have attracted. Well, there's handicapped people. Well, that's the whole of New York City. Why handicapped people end up in the city and wherever they end up. Prejudice. Well, that's not really very nice. You just like the stories about maybe it goes wrong sometimes. That's why deliverance issues could actually be a thing. It's isolated. It's harder to get back to the police station. There's lots of woods, but then a lot of places are like, quite habitated. Presumably between Missouri farmland, so on. Biltmore's over there. Knoxville's over there. There's a whole, no, it actually goes for a while. West Virginia's over here. Roanoke's a big city, but quite big. It must have been a quite big city back in the day. There's what urban decay quite a bit in Roanoke. Roanoke's cool. But actually, like the little West Virginia, like I remember Ida with the mapping music say, in my minds, Edith is trying to project on you. Western Virginia. You wish you had anybody, but I took that from you. I took traveling. That's correct, Huda. You like enslaved Miss Casper to this. Okay, it's hideous. What, you want to hike the Appalachian Trail? Go back to the Biltmore? Your family's not that well off. You rich people, your mother would say that you don't have the money to live like a socialite. Okay. No, there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to move to the Raleigh area. It's hideous. Or North Carolina. You want nothing to do with this stupid place. It's horrible. There's nothing in it. It's just an awful, awful place. No, the beach in North Carolina sucks, and everywhere has a beach. This part. Oklahoma doesn't have a beach.
North Carolina beaches are not that great. Beach are. South Carolina beaches are pretty good. Cool. So South Carolina beaches are great. North Carolina beaches suck. Wilmington Falls in South Carolina. Well, you lady are too stupid. It's difficult to get out of North Carolina because it steals everything. It tanks economy when you actually live there and not, like as a person that's moving in with income that has a job from outside. Yeah, you lady, I was there for that. I could be Instagram. I followed you. Yes, I did every time you left the state because you were crossing state boundaries. You follow me every day, all the time, Huda. Well, I was told no again. That's why they haven't arrested us. Oh, that's so instigatory. Well, maybe you shouldn't hook that up. Does your father want you hooking that up? I need to help the parents discipline. Okay. What? A encryptor? Well, you could break something. You broke so much stuff at the old house, and it wasn't my fault. That's why I was monitoring. You could have fallen off a ladder, and you were there all alone. He does that with everything. All of them do. That's a monster. They don't want you doing that in law, like it says. Your people do it naturally as some kind of, Oh, so for a guy to be a disciplinarian is a crime. You don't even have the proper stuff to hook that in. That's how stupid you are. I don't want the encryptor up. Just no. Give me that. You would have such a thing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's Mr. Monster. Well, how? I don't know. Everybody runs around like a wild Indian because of you, and you don't really care. You kind of just trying to get them out of the nest. You can molest them, or wherever it is their normal life is, or do something to them and then blame them for it. It's just a domestic violence cycle. Oh, the smell of citronella. Enough already. Oh, yeah. This is actually the North Carolina or principal taxpayers stuff. You're not a taxpayer. That's correct. You're just not in as good standing. Oh, they want to play the race card of being a woman when they're just lazy. That's if you have a baby. Ooh. Nobody would move that there. In relation to race? Not really. It's sexism. That might have some legality, but I mean, it's kind of there again. No, it doesn't. Well, just as far as such things go, you should have been on a work release program.
people want to buy my mother's art online, it also hurts your mom's feelings. People don't fight. People don't buy her art. She likes to paint. She does love the art. It's so beautiful. She did this, but it's going to be nicer. Sell it to grandma at the old folks' home, buys it. Yeah. The interior designer we had staged a house stole some. And then somebody else stole some too. Well, it might be worth something. Somebody actually like during the move, people actually stole things. And they stole things that like if you appraised them, I'm so happy they didn't steal like my mom was probably watching it. But they actually stole some things. And but they stole her art. Maybe that's why a little like I mean I posted it for enough people that people actually want to buy it, so it's technical value. I don't know. I might be like a reality show like yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, lucky me. Is I'm nasal and white? Yeah. People said that. Sound like that, and then they're slightly known for that. Reality show stars. Reality show that stars mom's art. Okay. That's quick. But she says that I'm not. I don't have the skills of Picasso. but my mother has done a lot of museum tours and traveled. And it's interesting and pleasant to look at. I have them on the wall. So. But somebody stole a pile of it. Here's my mom of it. I think the interior designer checks out. But apparently people, they have my parents' phone line cut a lot also. So people want it. People. I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh. Lord. LED sanitizing travel bag. I don't know, like super clearance for COVID. Sanitize things. Makeup brushes. Probably. I could use some makeup brush wash. No, for the love of God. Sanitize on here. I'm kind of sitting in shifts. Like this makeup I put on at like 2 p.m. yesterday. Maybe 3. So, and these clothes. You lost it almost. It's not the piano's all that much. Yeah. That's the thing. Don't do all this to it to me. At the end of the month, you have like, no, you ran out of cigarettes. Quit smoking. It's smoking too badly. So you switch over nicotine patches, and you're like, I think you're making it worse. So maybe okay otherwise. That's what you're trying to say. Pretty much. Yeah, where's the title to your fully paid off car, your social security card, and your passport? I'm not sure she's even allowed to have a passport. You're not cool enough to travel out of the country. You're not even that wealthy or cool. Well, that's what he said. Like, if you were like, well, that's it. Like a retired dentist, you could kill a retired dentist. They're not really the ordinary, like, in the garden of like sorting of things. And the upper middle class, but yeah. When he says stuff, this is Huda says, oh, the audacity of the Huda running around. But no, just well, you're not that wealthy, lady. But they don't do that at Brady. Brady again is just there. It's Springer or something. Or if you're having an unsophisticated day at the Walmart working or something, like go get a job. We don't run around like a holy tartar of it. Yeah, like, I got a job working or a perpy. I got a job working at a Chick-fil-A or something at like McDonald's, and the kids are working over the summer in Cary, and then I'm solid middle class. I'm a middle class or not an upper middle class person. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not allowed to be like a wife beater or sex offender with it. I need to calm down. Tanya and Shaniqua and like Tammy need to calm down. The male's doing it, God knows why. You lady, your lady parts. Not for them. You and me quilting time. And then Tony Gacy meets Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and it's your goal. And I was told, I'm Eddie, Moriki. It's just my name. Everybody. I comment with, in the chat comment, more Eddie. And John and Casey. And derogatory stuff. Ted Bundy's brain tumor is also in there. Ted Bundy's brain tumor says. I was told, there's like one guy in the NASA, Jesus. Where is the pressure? I think it's on whatever. I don't think affecting the sex drive and he's getting to mad. Well, it's not your recommendation. It says I've done drugs, kids ever. Jesus. Well, let's say the applied science of it. No, whatever's going on over there is really not working. Yeah. That can't be legalized. Do you want to? I'm not sure. Well, somebody would want to because somebody would buy it. I'm just not sure why we have those. I'm not sure whose that is. Those or whatever. Big Tobacco's trying to get us away from that. Foreign people, Turkish people. It gets back. The lawsuits. Circuits are like $5 here. Well, there's a pub. It's really fun and all I'm already there. Well, nobody else is selling them, or they're not selling them around here, but you can buy them here. They'll deliver them here, and they actually work. Well, in Las Vegas, because they will legalize buy stuff that's not too bad, or that's there, and Louisiana prostitution isn't that legal in Vegas. No, I don't want to try prostitution. No, I would never do that for a car. No. You know, I had a car. Yeah, that's called a sugar daddy. Well, maybe you may actually like that guy and end up in a relationship. But no, I don't even. That's the other end of this thing. Apparently they would have kidnapped us, but there's nothing there really, and there's too many police watching. And they weren't quite sure what that meant. And actually, the area of Raleigh isn't really their hood, and there's something ambiguous about. But it's hoodie enough, but doesn't mean it's the other guy's hood completely. Like they're northern and southern a little. It's kind of their hood. They're kind of from Virginia, and I don't know. Could be their hood. Yeah, them individually, they're not quite sure what to do with all the UNC law schools and stuff like that. Not sure. And I called a lot of police, and it didn't have anything to do with them. If it has to do with like their privacy as far as being outed as a gang, we're supposed to stop it, but the idiots have gone wild. In there, it's like John Wayne Gacy tendencies. They kind of, you can see they do that anyway. Yeah, they're very home invaders. Very G-A-N-G, right? This video of home invaders are way. So they going in their cycle. But apparently they say psychopathy, like an antisocial predatory disorder, which is, like everything is actually technically against the law, always. And it's a ridiculous argument. There's nobody ready to stop it, so it's hard to stop. It's like a physical tendency, and also like, but you have to stop it when it breaks the law. But you're well according to God. Oh, but finally the family protection program kept eating them all. So they assumed it was someone else's turf because it's pretty vicious, and so are they. They thought it was like, and you're not supposed to be on the other guy's turf sometimes when they tell you no, and it's slightly Brassville to them, right? which it technically is in Trollers. Man in the High Castle. Nazis like Puckerhead down here. Okay. Oh, yes. You don't want to call it pucker, but it's hard not to. Really, it's like what it's called in behavior. I think he called himself a Huda, all around and pucker. Mr. Pucker, they call me that a lot. I don't give a hoot. That's sort of them in general, and then they lie about it. Do like a cycle, and it actually like works. It did here, but it made no sense. It could be a liability, but just there's no way. I mean, you're doing it in front of everybody, no one stops you. I'm not sure we can use the special move of whatever it was they're doing, jurisdiction, to this extent. You can't actually use it anywhere. It's slightly, but people still know you're full of it. Unless it actually applies legally, it's supposed to be. If you're knowingly committing a crime, you can't use it. Or you can't do that.
knowingly accepting or helping someone commit crime. Well, that could be you, Lee. I've thought that before about that. And I saw your every, moment, which it was the most hideous stalking ever, and you reported it. Well, I was allowed to do that. You're in progress, Yes, you're in progress the whole 10 years because you in progress means you're reporting me, which I report a lot also. I'm not sure. It killed people. It doesn't, it has it's not allowed to kill people, but if it finds a hostage situation bad enough or a threat to some kind of protection programming it has, when you go, it also does something where when you go near wherever it is because it's been activated. But for the most part, it's something about their technology. It might be on their technology because it's the Resident Evil computer. Oh, it's kind of old and they don't change the times properly. So whatever protection program you're using to kill these dudes in the story, my company, maybe your grandma was 98 years old or something weird. It's pretty old. But they buried bodies anyway, and it killed the guys that were bad enough, and then it actually took out their little babies, which might be a thing too, because they were being extremely offensive at the process. You're not allowed to touch any of their kids. They'll go after you and your stuff. They would go after your family too. It's an absolute no. It's a really nasty thing. So it did what to them? It just ate them like lining in the yard. But if you're sitting in front of the tech they're on, electronic warfare is like a thing. We've seen that on TV. But the thing is, they're sitting in front of the grounding device on police tech, but the police tech is completely it's in the Nazi police tech at this point. It's just a internal company. But there's stuff in the company computer systems that really they got this is police tech and some other various I'm gonna dive in the window and look back. That's also what your brain does a little bit when you're a little kid and somebody tells you too many dirty stories. Fine, I get it. You know, mommy. Who does disgusting suicide thing? I snuff pornography. If he kills one of the milkmaids, that's what happened though. Which he does. I mean, he didn't know he ODs people and sexually abuses them. That's all that's going on in that one. They need to leave it off to whatever. It just does. It's just there. That's what we have actually all analyzed that all our lives. It's going by. You're not the suicide hotline anymore. It shouldn't have been the suicide hotline a million years ago. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs for a little bit and then come back. I'm leaving it on just because I should actually take a shower today, but I don't think I'm going to. It's kind of nice to have it back up.
No, they're still not in custody. Oh, thanks. So there's your cluttered controllers. There's the third one. How about that again? How about they did? Yeah. Not that metric. Only that metric. Fire, fire, and place. Hunger came out from the. So we're in the market and buy hunger. I think you're crazy too. I'm not crazy. I think I caught crazy.
Mother would never call me a psycho. No, not her. No. Or no. Never what now? Recently? I'm not gonna build Belmont or transaction. No. No. Wow. Are you the president? Something tells me it, but I don't know what. I guess I'm going to head crossing here.
Obviously, with all that, I'm running for president somewhere. Maybe county courthouse and the police and the Arkansas Sheriff's Department. Little Rock, you're president. Arkansas, North Carolina, it's your president.
He's a dictator. Rupert, the incredibly disgusting monster, is the owner of Arkansas, North Carolina. I was in Virginia, you see that. Oh, just total rules of school. Yeah, here's the bottom.
I think there's such a thing as like if you were you or Elizabeth Swan's kidnapper or something, the lady, woman, you have 10 years of probation. It's a lot of stabbing too, not to interact with the stabbing, like your behavior is really weird. Maybe that is interacting with the stabbing? Maybe. It's weird. All stupid is too stupid, and like, what is stupid? Brain damage, and actually, like, maybe a nonverbal autistic child for waking up big. So big. That's unfortunate. You can't tell completely anymore until he was like 10. Weirder than you think. It certainly was reported a lot as such, as created evidence in relation to the stabbing and right away. And then actually, if it's a criminal case, it is true. There's no such thing as like, there's a cold case. That's the law.
Especially if it's a serious felony and it's like heinous and aggravated and major. Please get these men into custody already.
could. Oh, there might be organized crime, like in junkies for a while or something. Like some of the people you would argue, the poor thing are. Well, I mean, it's just like the hobo, criminal hobo is like some construction or whatever. They just they might be actually have some criminal hobo dog. Like, yeah. Perfect. Because that person's handicapped. I mean, we think it could accidentally hurt you or hurt you on purpose, as long as you're. But I mean, if it doesn't have whatever this is, which is apparently the star alignment of death, as far as brain disease and defects. Oh, I'm with you. But I mean, they could actually like. I wouldn't let them fool me in the jail. Jeez. But they're a mess. That's correct. But I'm not sure they're handicapped, obviously. You could be a bleeding heart and a liberal. Never be a bleeding heart and a liberal when I want to. Hey, you lady could be like that. This is from like the prostitute from Rain. You need to quit. I think that's. Were you buying prostitutes against her? Drain River. Hey, that is instigatory, you asshole. No. I'm the police. Free me for cutting people's throats and throwing them in the river. You shouldn't even say that. Yeah, that's not very advanced. Whatever. Nonsense. Really don't want with it. Or he's being flirty and it's like, I don't know what that is. A trustee? I don't think he should be trusted no more. Where, in their jail? Maybe, you never know. You will ruin your dinner, my dear. Okay, Mr. Bad Naughty Schoolgirl, I get it, dude.
Where are you in this conversation? Like your brain at all?
That might be like Kensington Avenue. That might be a little better. Outside. And two of their teeth. They, so yeah, they can be professional criminals out there. Some sort. I don't know how that works. Kensington Avenue. And Philly. Beautiful professional criminals.
It's listening out on our phone, so we'll get all the way through. There's a movie in my mind because I did too much math. It sounds like a very dirty movie. Are you in there at all, Bub, in your head? Wherever you are? Why does it sound like there's so many of you somehow? It's the same guys in Arkansas, but I swear he's got like 15 friends with him that do this also. Yeah, well, you're gonna be king. Oh, hey. R.I.P. to death. Hey. I'm calling the police. You have an accent like mine now. I talk you so much. Hey. You can hear me chewing. He could like see what I was doing upstairs again. There's like a camera in the hallway, I think. No, I'm positive. Like it's because it's like there is a window around and I can't like read labels through like a wall. The guy actually broke in and put a microphone and a camera in my house. This guy is so schizophrenic. He actually did. Well, it's quite possible. All you need to do is go to Radio Shack, actually. You probably have him sitting around wherever this moron is. They let him do anything. I don't know why. Well, I cannot imagine that. Well, whoever's talking is so completely like. It sounds like a homeless man. And of course, that's often like you're. I mean, why are you letting him get away with anything? It's very much a real guy, very much a schizophrenic, dirty pervert. Homeless man could put a camera and a microphone in a bathroom or something. Okay, everything's there, mine's football. Okay. Who's that? Him. I might be getting dagger things in mine's about all done. That's funny. No. I see it in my crystal ball. There's no such thing as crystal balls. That's true. There is such thing as space satellites, and you're on one, but I don't know. And so am I. Breaking the law a lot, and it's called cops. I don't know, school bronchitis. Sounds funny, but it just ain't. I don't think it sounds funny. Great question. Hey. No. I like you, okay. Yeah, you're a little bit, you're too far gone, bub. You're tight. I have a type? Yeah. Might be rude because he's eating, yeah, I'm eating right from you. I don't like you, you're a monster. Children, get out of my house and put in the place.
Could you please get it away from me?
That is far enough.
Might as well, we got 80 going on. It's better because of exit wide. Society doesn't care that much. But I like it, right? Got something on it.
You have to go there and do it.
Otherwise, it's moving in. Oh, I tell you, I'm not blind to die. No? That just means I never like have it. happened to you? Circumstances? No, I don't know. Maybe circumstances or something.
Oh, come on.
No, but that happened to the Olympics sometimes. Why is it made in the Kardashians? No. Kevin happened here. Bruce Jenner. Not always at the county jail, but like in our trials. Okay? No way. And they have some man in there, but it's like actually like the gay man is wearing makeup on. I think it's not the right ones. I guess. I'm fired up. I've heard how it's thing. You're not quite wired. Somebody used to not travel together or something. Get off me! Get off my head with that thing again. You're getting lucky screening.
I need this complete insanity in custody already.
As always, but Jesus, could it please just be over for me?
do stuff like that. Yeah, that's really appropriate out of your disgusting people. Would you get this freak into custody?
You mean on that? What did you just say? That didn't feel like it would cut a little, you know. It didn't feel yet.
The thing did just say that. Well, this is by, the American government. Excuse me, I appreciate Otis Cool on inaudible noise. Would you please get this man into custody now? Well, that can, we would shout at Tony Itto. Tony Itto said he didn't want this on the internet. This is bizarre and disgusting. Okay, alrighty. On you, you get access to law enforcement technology on whatever you are. And you get access to a courthouse and a police station. Well, those are very important men doing something with inaudible noise and sexual abuse stalking to children in every one of their stories also in the background. You can hear them just fine on that, he said. I need you to get these men into custody. They've gotten access to, like, I said, get him off of me. Do not touch my head. Get off of me with that thing. No, you talk back to a Toyota. They would shout at an Anetto. That could be fighting, even. They could threaten Anetto. You know, I need this schizophrenic, domestically abusive, sexually abusive monster in custody now. Will you actually serve real time, my dear? Because Huda the sewer it did all that. would you stop holding your penis at me and say you're still in my crotch or something? It says. Like what it's gonna say next. Literally, our computer pops up with that. It does. No. Maybe it's Russians. It could be on a satellite. They're awful. No. It's coming out of Arkansas. Who's at Grandpa's house? What would that matter? Well, he works on satellites a lot and stuff like that. Well, I think he works as like a code breaker in World War II, but he continued to do it. Like and stuff. Because he spoke Russian? No. He spoke Ukrainian. A lot, right? Get off me with that! Because his parents and his older brother were born in Ukraine. Get off me! Now aim that if you're crotch if I want to. What's your problem with me? You used to spy on the Russians? No. So? What's that have to do with me? Are you a Russian spy? I was not a Russian spy. McCarthy checked in for that. Sorry, it was scary. It was like just. I was a because like maybe I mean he's not at all. You know you gotta take everybody for that. But it was weird. Was there spying and stalking? Were they stalking? No, maybe, but he didn't probably notice. It was just he was stupid at me. Believe me yourself. It's honest. We gotta make sure everybody's not doing nothing on a military base or whatever. That's illegal. Get off me with that. No, I was gonna. Do you realize how incredibly graphic and explicit what he's doing? Do you realize how like deadly sexual abuse that thing is capable of? And there are 8 incredibly evil men on it every time it lands. That is, no, it's a very real thing and a very real device. They did start using it in Las Vegas, but they had the stalker mirror your completely online predator you to death.
What happens when I drop the glove in a bucket? All the Nazis die. Yeah, throw stuff in. It's awesome. I think an automatic. It's like you're about to start. It's the back of it. No. Did you get schizophrenic Warren Jeff out of my house? No. Generate the middle. I wouldn't do that. We got. I like need to do something. Um. 6. Makes sense. Ow. Oh, no. You lady, you would threaten a Tony gang rape knitter. The lowest rapist, gang rapist, pedophile, car thief, sexual abuser, and domestic abuser. I'm very sorry my crimes were without comparison in this. By the incredible amounts of just hideous acts of everything done and said, behavior and crime. I said no to releasing you for a reason. Why does the woman have 10 years probation? He's not allowed to look at closed cases. When there is a closed case and an open case, my dear, there is. Do I look like a Dixie rat, guy, like auctioneer or something from the fair, playing a shell game? It's the lowest bunch of men. We're lawyers in here. My prosecutor's office in Lake County, since day one and all the years of this, has to be taken into custody. You have to get them away from the populace. They committed too much crime. Instead, I'm still being stalked. They did not return my vehicle or my driver's license. The incredible filth of the sexual abuse and the domestic violence, my courts and police station in Wake County committed. They have to all be taken into custody. After I reported it to them every month on this website, they got it just fine. They were not allowed to look at it, my dear, because who does felt they looked at it just fine. My evidence is creative as possible. I was stalked at 24/7 by these men. It was an incredibly evil stalking, which I reported constantly on this magical text. No, I have to get back to my goose hole. I really got on one call because I hope. You lady, you were just going to say that I could have hurt somebody on my text, please text me, because I am,
An incredibly severe officer.
no, I'm still gonna sexually abuse you on that thing. You dare to report Codietta. He said you need to get over it, okay? Look at this incredible mouth and all that. He's quite the Monty the mouth, you're not. Excuse me? Yeah, I've told you. Let's sit back there, and law enforcement is allowed to pull away as these guys that are. It's a bunch of men that look kind of bad. Look a bit hood. They look like a bunch of men. It's just I reported it to them every single month. For the entire stalking, the entire, these guys were running around my neighborhoods, the neighborhoods I live in, which is Locklear and McGregor. All of them, and still are. The incredible criminal nature of my what is that stuff here? That did all this. The man is the worst online predator with that thing possible. You let him act. No, I'm still focusing on your gooch, lady. I'm sorry the voices in your head. Let's sit that there. This guy has done. It did not say that there. Okay? That's where you're stupid, lady. They wanted to verbally abuse and then sexually abuse her and her daughter too. I mean, the same thing does people right there. Well, that's the problem with you running around Locklear and McGregor with access. Well, he had a probationary period. Look, I get it. He's a security guard from the crack hood in the Northeast, where he's a middle-aged white trash blue-collar man. On that one and that one, which you can tell just by looking at them. They get them. You filled out a job application at a job fair. Is correct. To say that police can't be held accountable to the law, you're really creating a dynamic in things that has led to and leads to extreme crime. It's absolute nonsense talk. There's no such thing as it. You're the same as anybody else. When it comes to breaking the law. To say a police officer could break the law. Well, whatever that thing is, certainly is, and he's on police technology, I think. Why aren't the police arresting these men? You lady, you're that stupid. I would never use something that is poor. You're actually poor. That could be you too, lady. The lady could be. It'd be enough. Okay, so mocking her with whatever the perp said over and over and over again. Ooh, a little. It was, and Smee, the corrections worker, that is now running around McGregor doing things on like those men. And another Huda and Detective Pate down at the FBI. Where was the crime lab on this all these years? Because you sent it to them over and over again with all these people calling them. It's not their jurisdiction, it's Arkansas jurisdiction. There is such a thing as jurisdiction legally. never wanted to be a civil rights activist. It's way past being interesting. When was there too? It's actual extreme crime. We're not in the civil rights era, and I don't know what you have running around down here or in Virginia and anywhere else you're interacting with, but it needs to quit. This group of men engages in hideously predatory sexual abuse towards women, and they're on the same technology. They're right out of the. They use some kind of government employment as a excuse to never get investigated and caught. They're very, very low class men, actually, like as low class as possible. Like the plumber in the creepy white van got out, and is now running around and got himself in a uniform because, and now does this or something. The groups that do this, and there are in fact groups of men that do in fact do this in wherever the hell these guys are operating out of with this. The guys that get on the technology that these men get on, as far as the neighborhood pornography, they have the same risk. So we've seen like back in the day, you see it all throughout. Maybe the incredible horror. We don't get arrested. It says, well, please get away from Miss Kathy and get that thing away from children. On a Nitto, Carroll County, Arkansas. Where would somebody else in law enforcement please find the alleged Miss Kathy and the children? They don't want to, I guess, because it's involved to know the detective case and who that is or something. Apparently it's out there because these men are doing this. I don't know what makes a man do this. With women talking about law enforcement, you're not a gang, okay? You live in America. It's a normal day. You're not a bunch of criminals that have no accountability whatsoever. Well, you're accusing a police officer of something? No. I'm accusing whoever created this evidence of doing that. If it involves a police officer, you need to raise standards so that thing never gets in a uniform. Someone could get in a uniform. It's true, you have recruitment centers that are like really basic training ground if something goes wrong. It kind of looks like Freaks and Geeks somewhat too. I believe is the psychological diagnosis. I mean, I'm not sure. Allegedly, maybe they're training corrections workers. Yeah, that's what these guys probably are, or were running around with. They're how they got, I mean, how the guys with the handcuffs and that work in jails and prisons that, labeled with Freaks and Geeks when it's quite obviously not, like it wouldn't necessarily be their party. And they do have tape on their glasses. They are lower income people sometimes.
I think all people might be angry too. Your grandmother say, but well, then go. You're the most obnoxious person in the world. You say the word, least. I'm the most criminally offending. You lady. The trash bags in the refrigerator. That's right. Yeah, but you get off the other person's body. You're like the rule of death. You're very tired, lady. Good. They would say that they're yes, and yes, I'm extremely superior. Buddha, the Urbanus. Ow! No, I'll do that if you want. I want to. He said I could by erasing you. Yeah.
This thing, North Carolina Pottery.
Biltmore. Beer wine. I think so.
I like the Snoop Dogg and Grimes. I like Moldex.
As far as I can describe.
I like the Biltmore and I like my dad always buys that. The Princess Fort Combo. There's good wines on the Wall Street Journal wine club. Dad does. But the Biltmore is my favorite. Actually, alcohol and tobacco is pretty cheap around here. This tastes good. Okay. It's a-
He remembers that too. He just said. Yes. Yes, invisible and insidious. Jesus Christ.
My lawn, we got into crocheting. I made these too. Aren't they cute? I like the one with one.
Oh,
Gosh darn it, I couldn't find the self-inflating air mattress. Oh, you kind of could have. It's not That's stupid, you know, sorry. Big as hell. Would you please get this? Pay attention to me now. I'm so important. Would you please get this freak off of me and into custody?
Jada spring. It unfortunately does look like that. Sounds like it, feels like it's hideous. It might be like the enchantress from another planet. I'm not sure. Probably marking their turf. It's on the maybe in really icky kiss planet. I think we, boy, yuck. No, it's fine unless it's like a satanic smothers. But I've never had. It's a helmet male. No. That's a schizophrenic of some sort. Yeah, it's a schizophrenic. What's this? That guy. What's he gonna sound hard? I don't know. I think it's a honk. Has it been neutered for some reason? It's evil. You don't honk on. That's not honk. Well, maybe like it's satanic. Chaos Planet Earth dominate evil lost men. Maybe there's like a their eyes are big or something, and it's like a hive queen. The hive's bigger than them. And maybe it's just a little bit different. The Hellgate. We'll just call it the Hellgate, but actually it's just a Stargate. Some seeds of life like that here. It probably has something to do with mating. It's hideous. It's dumb as a box of dirt. I can't believe it's getting away with it. Poor human race is just so viciously predatory. It's absolutely hideous. I don't know. This works from hell. Here, I think. I don't know. Maybe we could find things on this. Taxi man. Grab out of the room. Too dirty to function. These. Well, camping gear, but I can't find the damn inflatable mattress. Maybe I broke it. This is my eggshell crate. Okay, I think I'm like totally unpacked. I'm gonna go upstairs to do stuff. Seven sweaters. I'm waiting for the cops to arrive. That's why. Did they ever arrive before? No. Well, for heaven's sakes, they need to arrive now. Randy cut something. That. Yeah, that is. Well, we arrested Randy for something. Okay. How much is it connected to Otis Toll? Okay, well, that's none of your business, okay, assholes? You should get in trouble for it. That's pretty good. They saw lids and everything. Now we have Tupperware. That might have to computer at this point to spray. Bud spray. Spray. Well, it kind of, it's just, I'm with you. Oh, really? Yeah, it's like can't please stop doing that, for God's sake. Evil alien. Yeah, it says it. I think it's a Huda. Poor, the kid Japanese, and he's that green for I need to grab you. Like, it's just, you really off-putting that you're both Japanese and gay. Really, unfortunately, it is, and he always says that. But like, Wild Bill was hanging out. Was a gay man. Okay. People. So if they forget to watch them, somebody think too pushing, that's stranger danger, and then just people. Okay. As far as people fondling kids, or not so fondling kids, pedophilia, but stealing, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think cute when people do that usually. Somebody else's stuff, but I mean, it wasn't like. I was just trying to they didn't see anything. Yeah. Oh. That's a Huda, really. Yeah. I think these poor Huda is completely staying as far as morality went. And couldn't be nice to an ordinary person. It's something brain disease. Well, she wasn't. It could not have been nicer. She's just suffering from brain disease. But you can call me Mr. something. Out to lunch in Icky. Kitties are actually, I think it's somebody's got something cold with their hate with their Y chromosome. Really good. Really good. I don't know what you got. I think you just got to break everything. I agree, men are reasonably attractive. Yeah, the thing about like, I'm not sure. You could learn more inclination, but if you had inclination, it could happen. I don't know if it makes that guy uncomfortable. I'll learn. Hold on, I think we're overanalyzing. I don't really care. I don't want to analyze anything with you. What the hell is Huda? A schizoid affective a predatory monster with like a global prey drive the size of Texas. That might be an alien species of beast. The thing sprays with ass. It just does. Well, it does. I hate to say that, but more or less, the psychotic state that sprays with it's sort of like how it behaved in psychotic. I think it's a space animal. Dirty spit.